Keep your radio dial right here. You're locked into the hottest news station on the planet. Hot 702.5 in FM sound. Blazing today's hip hop, R&B, and pop music. Keeping your radio on fire. Bringing you the hottest, realest, riskiest talk shows live 24/7 on hot7025fm.com.
Close your eyes. Imagine a room that doesn't just look beautiful, it feels alive. The lighting is perfect, the energy is electric, and the scent of gourmet creation is in the air. Now look around. You aren't just checking the kitchen or hovering over the guest list. You're in the moment. You're the life of the party. Welcome to the world of irresistible events and catering. In a city built on spectacle, we specialize in spectacular. At Irresistible Events and Catering, we just don't fill plates, we curate memories, because our philosophy is simple, elegant, and absolute. We plan, cater, and style any event. Why settle for ordinary when you can have the irresistible? Elevate your event at irresistibleeventslv.com.
Hi. Hey. What's up?
All your favorite artists.
Check it out. DJ Khaled.
This is Mila J.
Bruno Mars.
On hot7025fm.com.
It's your main man, 360 the Poet from the Morning Wood. And are you looking for the perfect drink? Well, you found it. Mimosa Royale is the perfect combination of California's sparkling white wine and natural juice that is both tasty and refreshing. No artificial colors or flavors, no sugar added, and it's gluten-free. As the world's first ready-to-drink mimosa, Mimosa Royale is perfect for any occasion, day or night. You no longer have to drink 12 of those seltzers just to get that perfect buzz. At 8% alcohol, Mimosa Royale is the perfect drink to party with. Offered in a variety of flavors and sizes, you are bound to find a Mimosa Royale that you'll love. We have berry, mango, apple, and orange, with more flavors to come. Mimosa Royale is the most award-winning flavored wine that serves in bottles or cans. You can find them online at drinkmimosa.com or find them at your local liquor store. Ask for it by name. Mimosa Royale.
Hey, this is The Flow from Hot 702.5 FM, Risky Radio. Tune in every Thursday at 5 p.m. to listen to dope people, dope topics, and dope vibes. Hey, this is Her Flow from Hot 702.5 FM, where we bring you the best in hip-hop, R&B, pop, and talk. Tune in. Hey, thank you for tuning in. You have tuned into The Flow right here with Her Flow on Hot 702.5 FM. You guys, I hope that you're drinking plenty of water and hydrating yourself and being mentally, emotionally stimulated in whatever way you find that's going to benefit your growth. And today we have a special guest on, and every week I do, and I have a GOAT, the GOAT. He's an artist, and I always say the GOAT because I believe everybody is the greatest of all time in their own way and in their own manner, and so that's what I'm bringing to the table every single week here. So you can find me at 4 p.m. blazing hot right here on Hot 702.5 FM, Risky Radio, and I am Her Flow, and I'm going to let my guest today, who's going to be an amazing guest, so you guys better tune in, and you guys better share and tell friends. Okay, I'm here. The flow is here, okay? All right, I'm going to let you introduce yourself. Go ahead.
My name is Solomon Yamani.
Hi, Solomon.
Hey, how you doing? I hail from Las Vegas, Nevada, and I'm an artist, but I'm also an author and a filmmaker. Before I talk too much about myself, I have to pay homage to my mentors and my teachers. Sophia Stewart, the creator and owner of the Matrix and Terminator franchises.
Yes.
Took me under her wing not too long ago, so shout out to Sophia. And Andre Taylor, out in Seattle doing his thing with police accountability and building the remnant. AZD, Arash Zapar D Bazaar, from IMC Nation out here in Vegas, doing big things. And so, I just wanted to give my respects to my teachers, the people where I got my wisdom from. And so soloism is pretty much just a culmination of all that knowledge condensed into about 60 pages. It's 33 years of my life, and it shouldn't take you too long to get through it. So if anybody out there wants to check out my book, Soloism, it's on Amazon. And you can follow me on Instagram at Thank You Solo.
Thank you, Solo. And before we get into that, I really want to show the book, number one. It's called Soloism. And if you guys, where can they find it on Amazon?
Amazon, just search Soloism.
Soloism, okay.
My name, Solomon Yamani.
Okay. So listen, Solomon, I found you. Like it wasn't really, I was just looking one day and happened to find you on Instagram. And I was very impressed about your view about being solo and finding yourself and becoming aware of yourself.
Thank you.
And I want to know a little bit about you before we really get into the book. And tell me about yourself and tell me what made you come to this conclusion. I won't get into that. And I'm going to give you the floor so you can tell my audience.
Okay.
Share that.
Well, growing up, I always felt like I was the black sheep of my family. Never really fit in to any social group, the jocks or the band kids or I never really fit in with any specific group. So I kind of always felt like I was the odd man out. But everything happens for a reason. In 1999, I saw the movie The Matrix for the first time. And
red pill, blue pill.
Yeah, red pill every time. And that's the first time I ever saw myself as the one. And maybe I was in a world that wasn't built for me. And maybe I have to break free from this world in order for me to understand the truth. And I just took that mentality through middle school, high school, and everything just began to resonate. It all began to align. You know, in high school, my first girlfriend, she was like, "What's your name?" You know, I'm Solomon. Solomon, oh, that's a nice name, but I'm gonna call you Solo. You know, and that's the first time anybody ever called me Solo, and it just stuck from that moment, right? Which was in perfect alignment with the one. Solo is synonymous with the number one, right? And so just that philosophy kind of began to grow in my head of like, you know, I'm the one, and even if people don't accept me, they can never reject me because I'm here and I have value, you know, innately. And I'm going to cultivate that value and I'm going to give it to the world. And that has nothing to do with anybody else, you know? So I believe that through my struggles, through homelessness, through financial struggles, through heartbreak, through failed relationships, through people telling me that I couldn't be a business owner, and then believing in myself, striking out and starting my first business at the Galleria Mall here in Vegas. Then creating my second business over at the outlets, you know, the North Outlets here in Vegas. You know, I opened a jewelry store. I opened a toy store for children.
I'm so proud of you, by the way.
You.
Yeah.
And, you know, they told me I couldn't do it, but I always believed in myself. And Yeshua, the Most High, Yahweh, came to my aid every time. And that's when I started to believe, okay, yeah, like it's in me. And,
not on me, it's in me.
It's in me.
Yeah.
And that's the definition of ingenuity. You know, it's ingenious. It's in our genes. So I'm just expressing what's already in my genes, which is that genius. You know, so that's what this is about. Even if people don't believe it, they don't have to believe. They don't have to, you know, they don't have to recognize what's happening in front of them because it's the will of God and it's happening in real time. And it's in all of us too. And that's what soloism is about, is it's about you understanding that there is something special in you that nobody else has. And God is working through you to manifest whatever that purpose is in your life, you know, for you. And everything you're going through is to strengthen you and to give you perspective so that when you get to that destination, you're prepared and you're ready and you're able to fulfill your mission. So it's not about being a victim. It's about understanding that you add value to whatever situation you're in. You know, you bring that enrichment.
That's right.
You know, like me, I live in like a low poverty or low income neighborhood, you know, where I live. But don't get me wrong, I've lived in big houses. I've lived in Summerlin. I've lived in, you know, Centennial Hills. So don't try to box me in. But at the moment, I live in one of the lower income neighborhoods, but I love it there because every time I walk outside, I get to add value to people. I get to show them what a positive attitude looks like. Hey, how you doing? You have a great day. You know, it's not, man, like, why do I da-da-da? Like, I'm not a victim of any circumstance. If anything, I'm in the position that I'm in right now to add benefit and to contribute, you know? And so that's what we're doing. And I want to do that at all levels, people from low economic backgrounds, people in middle class neighborhoods, and the elites. I want to add value on all levels of society and bring people together and unify everyone, you know, for a single cause, which is human evolution. It's not just being free as a people, you know, which is one of our objectives,
Right.
but it's ultimately to evolve our consciousness so that we're not stuck in the same patterns, in the same generational curses over and over again, the same, you know, cycles. So we got to break those cycles and, you know, create culture in real time, redefine culture, not just rebrand ourselves, but rebrand what it means to be melanated,
Right.
you know?
That's amazing too. And you know, one thing I want to say is that I definitely align with the vision that you have. And myself, I'm in that phase of awareness and alignment, and places and spaces that I've tried to put myself in or tried to fit in those spaces as a younger person, they just didn't align with me. And that's why soloism is so, it just really speaks volumes on my own life. And that's why I couldn't wait to get you on the show, because I'm in that space. I'm in that space of reinvention and rebirth and growth. And I know that sometime when I'm talking to the universe, because I say universe, a lot of people say, no, it's not. God and the universe is the same. Let me do what I want to do. This is me. This is me and doing what I want to do for myself and my own growth, right? And you do what you need to do for your own growth. And collectively, we can come together and exchange ideas. But I have to do what's correct for me, right? And so I do agree with what you're saying in your vision, and that's why you're here, just to let you know.
Right.
Yeah. Tell me about chapter 1, collective responsibility. What is that? Let's talk about that.
Collective responsibility is about unity. It's about unification. There are too many people who villainize each other. If somebody is from a low economic background, somebody who has money might say, oh, they're lazy. You know, not recognizing that we all have a responsibility for one another. It's not just that one person is accountable for their own actions. That's true. They are. But if we look at the cause and effect, usually their actions are the effect of something that's much deeper, right?
Absolutely.
And so even if we look at the environment that a lot of our people grow up in, it's not the best environment. And that's why I feel like, you know, it's important for me to enrich that environment and to contribute to that environment, because it is a collective responsibility. It's not for me to just judge people and be like, oh, well, they're this and they're that. Like, I'm better than them. Like, no, like, we're all responsible for one another's well-being. You know, if you don't take care of your own mental health, then how are you going to pour into others? Right? So a part of soloism is like, my intention behind this solitude and me withdrawing from the world is so that I can be of more service to others. It's not just so I can benefit for myself and I can gain in my own ambition. It's about realizing that, okay, first step before I withdraw from everybody is recognizing the intention behind these actions. And it's to be of more service to the world and to Yeshua, you know, or Yahweh, or whoever you're, you know, the universe or whatever you recognize as the higher power.
Exactly. Because everybody speaks on the higher power differently if they believe, whatever they believe in, right? I used to watch Reverend Ike. I don't know if you remember, if you were probably a little bit younger, but there was a preacher in Chicago. His name was Reverend Ike. And he would always say, God is not above me or below me, he's in me. And that was one of the things that I learned when I'm trying to reach inside myself and find strength, that God is within me. And one of the things that I had to do was separate myself, even as of recent, separating myself and reinventing myself. And so when you say collective responsibility, and then you said starting with self and filling self up, that's really, really important.
Right.
before you can really go out and start pouring into others' cup. You got to figure out who you are and that changes as time goes by. Because sometimes we can be this, and then version 3.2 of us becomes this, but it's necessary for our growth because we don't stay in the same spot. That's stagnation.
Right, transformation.
Right? And one of the reasons why I call myself the flow is because I'm constantly moving, constantly elevating, constantly doing things that is going to benefit me and where I'm trying to go. And that changes also too, because I want to be the better, higher version of myself. So that's where we're going to go into chapter 2, where you talk about sacred solitude. Let's talk about that.
Okay. Sacred solitude is meant to serve chapter 1. Everything, for the most part, comes back to chapter 1. So if you read that one chapter, you'll get the whole book. But if you want to go through the entire process of understanding, not just understanding, but the entire process of actually experiencing that transcendence of like, we are all one, read the whole book.
Yeah.
But sacred solitude is about serving chapter 1. You know, I like what you said, that God is within us, right? But another part of that collective responsibility is also recognizing that the devil is also within us, and not just ignoring that negative part or that dark side of us, right? That's the responsibility too. It's like all of these things that are happening in the world, we can point our fingers and blame Jeffrey Epstein and blame Diddy for being, you know, whatever they are. But there are people in our communities, you know, who also do things to fit in. There are people who, you know, to be initiated in a gang will, for example, do certain things to prove that they're down, right? And soloism would be creating a boundary and saying, no, like, I don't need to prove myself to fit in, right? I have value within myself without joining this gang or joining these activities or participating in any of these behaviors, you know? So that's where a sacred solitude comes in. It's like, I have a responsibility to my community and to society as a whole and to humanity. And so I'm going to separate myself from this negativity, right? I'm going to separate myself because I see what's happening. And I'm also going to like actively make changes if I can in those communities, right? There's so much going on. It's not just about blaming people. You know what I mean? It's about recognizing how we are also a mirror of that behavior. And checking ourselves.
Yeah.
You know?
And I want to say this too. You know, this is what something that I brought, because what do you say to those, and we're going to get into my next question, but what do you say to those that say, you know, the devil made me do it? And because you just talked about the devil is within inside of us too. Where for me, I don't necessarily believe, I believe in good and evil. I believe in yin and yang, dark and light. Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily say, because I think, like you say, we all have those ways where we get to choose. It's a choice of how we proceed or how we go about things in life, right? That's a personal choice. But also, when a lot of people you get into, and without getting into religion, I want to say that people will say, "Hey, it wasn't me. The devil made me do it."
Right.
Speak on that for me.
Take responsibility for your actions. You know, control what you can control, and everything else will fall into alignment. You know, that's pretty much what it comes down to. It is all within you, the positive and the negative. But it's up to you to make a choice about what are you going to feed. There's a story that says there's 2 wolves that are fighting. One wolf is a good wolf. One wolf is an evil wolf. Which one wins?
Right.
Which one wins?
How much of a part do you think?
Wait.
Go ahead.
It was an actual question.
Oh, for me?
Yeah, like
which one wins?
The good one or the evil one?
Well, it depends on your consciousness.
The one that you
It depends
feed.
on the one that you feed. Absolutely. It depends on your consciousness, what you think, what you put into your mind, what you allow to win.
Exactly.
Because we have the choice of letting good or evil win.
Right.
Unless you have, like, there's a mental illness or something that's going on, or, you know. But again, we all have the choice to say, you know, this doesn't feel right for me.
Right.
I need to do something that's going to elevate me if you want. Because again, it's a personal choice. So yeah, that's the answer to your question.
And we all speak, you know, we all speak either life or death. Life or death is in the power of the tongue.
Absolutely, it is.
So either you can speak and uplift somebody's energy, or you can speak and lower somebody's energy.
Vibration,
you know,
yeah.
their vibration.
Yeah.
So that's kind of just what I want people to be aware of and to be conscious of. It's, yes, you do have a responsibility for your own actions, but also your actions affect others.
Mm-hmm.
So be aware
your
of that.
words, your actions.
Your actions. All of it.
Spelling is, I was looking at a book the other day and it talked about spelling, right? And it talked about it in a form of witchcraft, but just in general,
Right.
using the word spelling.
Right.
And spelling is putting that out there, writing a word down, seeing it, right? Envisioning it. So a lot of times when we say words to people, it has an effect on people. Right. And that's why, for me, I'm getting to the point where I'm intentfully speaking. I don't just start speaking. And when I see people are speaking to me in a certain way, I'm asking them, are you conscious of what you're saying? Are you aware of what you're saying? Mm-hmm. Because you can say things differently. Let's say I said to you, hey, Solomon, I need you to come in here and clean this kitchen for me. I need you to come in here and do this for me. Okay. And I say, hey, Solomon, do you think that you can come in and do the kitchen for me? Right? It has a different, even though it's the same words, it has a different tone. Right? And in life, we really don't know in our higher conscious what people are going through, and what we say to them can affect them depending on how strong their mind is and what they're going through. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's important to know, to become a part of the soloism where you, for yourself, become aware and intentful in what you do. I wake up every day now in intent. How am I going to speak to people? How am I going to talk to people? What am I going to do today to grow? And that's been, I'm not the same person as I was last year. I'm not the same person I was 2 years ago. I'm not even the same person that I was last week, because I've learned a lot from just experiences. And so this, for me, this book, I'm definitely going to take my time and I'm going to read through it and share it. And before we go into your self-determination, because I kind of want to skim through, because I want people to know what this is really deep and what it's about. Let's take just one break. Let's play some music. We're going to come back. We're going to talk about, I want to get into spiritual wealth before I get into self-determination. Can we do that?
We can.
All right, because I have a question for you. Okay. You're listening to The Flow right here with Her Flow on Hot 702.5 FM. You guys, I'm here every week, 4 p.m., blazing hot. Come back with us.
I used to find my peace in your arms. Thought your love could shelter me from the storm, but silence got heavy, the truth in your eyes. You don't want forever, just passing time. I gave you soft when you gave me stone. Try to build a home where you never belong. Now I see clearer, it's all in view. What I thought I needed, I don't need from you. I outgrew you. Like daylight breaks the night, I outgrew you. Found my worth in my own light. No ring, no promise, but I'm not confused. Love's not supposed to make me feel you, so I'm stronger now. It's the honest truth. You kept me in shadows, hidden away, while your world shine bright in the brightest day. I won't be your secret, won't dim my flame. A real love won't ever put me to shame. I was the soft, I was the same, but peace don't live where respect is replaced. Now I'm walking forward, I know what to do. The girl who once loved you, she outgrew you. I outgrew you. Like daylight breaks the night, I outgrew you. Found my worth in my own light. No ring, no promise, but I'm not confused. Love's not supposed to make me feel you, so I'm stronger now. It's the honest truth. So baby, I'm done, 'cause I outgrew you.
Hi, welcome back. You are here with the Flow right here with Her Flow on Hot 702.5 FM. You guys, every week I'm here and you guys got to start sharing. You know what? I've had some great, first of all, I want to thank my audience because I have had some really great support. You guys have been going to YouTube. I mean, really looking at this show. People are calling like, I want to be on the Flow. So, okay. So here I am. So we have Solomon here and he has a book called Soloism, you guys, and you can go and find it on Amazon. We have a song. You're an author and an artist and just all these wonderful things that you're gaining for your life. I just want people to hear your new song. Is it new?
This song has been out for a few years now, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But I'm just hearing it, so it's new to me and it's new to our audience, right?
It's timeless.
Can you introduce the song so we can play it for you?
This song is called Get Together.
Get Together.
Song I wrote for Tupac Shakur.
Okay.
When I was in high school, I had a teacher who would always play music before every class.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him, I said, why don't you ever play any Tupac? And he's like, Tupac, he says to me bad words.
Mm.
And so I said, no, he doesn't. If you listen to Me Against the World, he doesn't say any bad words in that song. So long story short, he went to the principal, they listened to the song together, and it was approved by the school. I walked into school the next day and they were playing Me Against the World by Tupac in class.
Mm-hmm.
And that was awesome. And so I just decided I want to make a song like that with no bad words. It's about unity. It's about positivity. It's about our people. It's about overcoming. And so that's what Get Together is about.
Yeah. And you better not talk about Tupac again. That was my guy. All right, let's listen.
Hey yo, we gotta unify. You and I are losing time. Use your mind, revolutionize. I'm ready to do or die. What's the bottom line? Everybody gotta survive, but I want more out of life, so we on the grind. They be talking like it's all about the sparkling nights. Put a diamond in the sun, I got them watching the light. You wanna live carefree without a problem in sight. For you to shine, somebody had to offer their life, while another man made a profit. It's not a game, but somebody getting played with the world to blame. All the money I made could've bought me a house, and if we all get together, we can make up a town. Black owned everything, you gotta love it. Open a bank, cause I'm ballin' without a budget. Imagine having everything that you can ever ask for. But let me ask this, do you have a passport? Get together, we should get together, we should get together, we should get together. I know you wanna make this dream come true. Without each other ain't a thing we could do. We should get together, we should get together, we should get together, we should get together. And don't be acting like crabs in a barrel when you see me in some all new apparel. Get together, we should get together, we should get together, we should get together. Cause everybody needs someone to lean on. That's the reason why you gotta keep your team strong. Get together, we should get together, we should get together, we should get together. I can see they want an all-out war, but I don't really wanna fight no more. Somebody told me the black woman was God, manifested in the image of darkness, coming out of the water in the moment I was born. Even in the beginning you could say I was conscious. Original man given the world in his gifted hands. They put us in chains, so now we gotta change the plan. All for one, nothing to lose, they call it a dream, but every gang in the street is after the same thing. Listen to your inner voice, I wanna get the point across. We can move as a political force. They sell drugs in the hood, then move to the suburbs, only to get locked up for the summer. Paying his dues, it doesn't make any sense. Instead, we make dollars and learn how to invest, but they don't want to give away the information, so they don't want to see us all in formation. We should get together, we should get together, we should get together, we should get together. I know you want to make this dream come true. Without each other ain't a thing we could do. We should get together, we should get together, we should get together, we should get together. And don't be acting like crabs in a barrel When you see me in some all new apparel, get together, we should get together, we should get together, we should get together. Cause everybody needs someone to lean on. That's the reason why you gotta keep your team strong. Get together, we should get together, we should get together, we should get together. I can see they want an all-out war, but I don't really wanna fight no more.
Hey, I'm over here dancing, you guys. That song is so powerful. It's so meaningful. You know what? Thank you, Solomon Yamani. I appreciate you. You guys, you can listen to that song where? On Spotify? Is it on Spotify yet?
Get Together is available on SoundCloud.
SoundCloud.
SoundCloud.com/The Soloist.
The Soloist. Got it. Okay, you guys heard that? Follow the assignment. Okay, go to SoundCloud and listen. So we have Solomon Yamani here, and we're talking about his book right now. And he's also an author and an artist, right?
Correct.
And so, and a revolutionist. Let me put that out there.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to talk about chapter 4, and then we're going to go back to chapter 3.
Okay.
All right. Let's talk about spiritual wealth. Spiritual wealth is a strong word for this chapter, right? Tell me about a little bit about what you feel about spiritual wealth, and why did you put that chapter in this book?
Spiritual wealth is very important because it is the essence of self-determination. Spiritual wealth means that you have enough information to make your own decisions without relying on other people or depending on other people's interpretations, relying on them for comfort because you're afraid. You need somebody to tell you everything's going to be all right. Like, you have enough information and spiritual wealth to know and discern between the truth and the lie. And if you're unable to decipher between what is true and what is the lie, then you can't have freedom. You can't have true sovereignty because you're always at the will of somebody else's interpretations or the way they spin it, the way that they tell you the Bible reads, when we need to be able to read it ourselves and use the Holy Spirit to guide us through those scriptures so that we have a deeper understanding within ourselves. Then we can go listen to the pastor, we can go listen to whoever wants to, edify the word, but it's not because we are ignorant. It's because we have that knowledge within us and we want to share it with others and we want to grow it and cultivate it. But yeah, it's about independence of thought and also and wisdom and discernment between who's just telling me, what I want to hear and who's actually giving me the raw, unfiltered truth.
Yeah. In layman's terms, describe and define spirituality.
Spirituality is the understanding that the material world is only one aspect of reality, and that for every physical manifestation, there is a non-physical counterpart. That includes you and I, right? A machine could be programmed to feel pain. A machine can be programmed to feel love, but what's behind that pain, what's behind that love is nothing. It's just a machine. But you and I, when we feel pain, someone is feeling pain. Me and you, when we feel love, there's somebody feeling love. So that's spirituality, is understanding that there is a essence that exists within every human being and being able to connect with that essence and cultivate that essence and empower that and enrich, and not only within ourselves, but within others too.
Right.
And I think that's spirituality. It's the ability to communicate those ideas to one another.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about energy and spiritual wealth, right? Energy. Let's leave the wealth off of it right now and just talk about energy and spirituality. Do you think we all vibrate at different levels? Do you think we come here vibrating? Some people vibrate lower, some people vibrate higher. Do you think that's a thing?
I think the truth is that we are all one, and that all the zodiac signs, all those personalities that we believe are who we are really just expressions of what we call the ego. So like for me to say, I'm at a higher vibration, you're at a lower vibration, we're all one, I think is the ultimate truth. But when we talk about like the physical plane and we talk about just life as we experience it from our physical body, yeah, some people are going to be holding and like possessed by energy, or some people are possessed by energy, some people possess the energy, right? And I think some people possess energies like fear in them, or like anxiety. Some people say, I have anxiety, right? They possess this energy called anxiety. So ultimately their spirit is connected in the, with the Most High. It says in the Bible that we're citizens of heaven. So that's where our citizenship lies, but when we come into the 3D realm, boom, now we're holding on to anxiety. Now we're holding on to fear. Now we're holding on to guilt. Now we're holding on to shame, right? And that can definitely like raise somebody's vibration or lower it. And I don't know if I'm answering your question, but like, I think there's also a genetic bloodline and a genetic aspect of that too, where it's like when you're born into this world, there is a genetic code that you are born with that's one of a kind, and nobody else has that specific genetic code. Even if it's your identical twin, you are still a unique being.
Yeah.
Right?
Let's talk about that genetic code too. I don't want to interrupt you, but let's talk about that. They talk about people that have alcoholism or have drug issues, right? And they talk about sometimes those things can be passed down genetically.
Right.
Through my reading and through my own research. And do you think that is a thing where a lot of things are passed down through the DNA and genetically, as far as our traumas are concerned, and they just get entangled into our DNA?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's what evolution is. It's adapting to the environment. That's what our genes are programmed to do, is to adapt to the environment. And so when you're in certain negative environments, our genes like adapt to it. So even like abuse, or like not just substance abuse, but like things like being afraid of the water, or like certain things like that can be genetically like passed down just because of our genetic code, the way the trauma, sits in our body. And but ultimately I do want to say though, we are all one consciousness. So there is like this Messiah they talk about named Yeshua, and he is the king of all existence. And so what I mean is that we're one with that energy as well. And if you can let that energy into your consciousness, then it can like clear and like allow a lot of light to come into your experience, right? It doesn't have to be like, oh, I have this low vibration because I was born into this bloodline and my whole family tree has been doing this, and so I have to do it. Like, no, if you let that light in, it can change everything for you. So you're not just bound by your genetic code. You're not bound by your birth, like your bloodline. You're free.
You can break those chains.
Yeah, spiritually, you can choose your own destiny.
Yeah. Because I notice a lot of people, and I'm going to say a lot of people, in I'm not going to say in my circle, but people that I've come in contact with throughout life, they use that excuse, well, my mom did it or my dad did it, and this is why I am who I am. And because it takes accountability to change. It takes responsibility to change. Growth is not always this pretty thing that you do and you sit down and Namnyo Renge Kyo, and it's just
never that.
It's never that. Yeah. It becomes a little bit messy, and then it becomes you saying, oh, this is why I was like, remember we talked earlier and I was saying that the decisions, some of the things that I've in my life, that I was aligned there, right? Yeah. And then I had to be aware and take accountability for my part in whatever that was. Not only that, but I was aligned with that. And so when I was making those choices and decisions, I'm like, oh, okay, well, this is why this person is here. This is why that, because I'm aligned with where I am right now.
Right. And to an extent, it's a choice.
Exactly.
When you become aware of that, and then it becomes a choice.
Exactly.
And you can choose something else.
Yeah. And not everything, but the things you get to choose after everything. You get to choose, okay, this happened to me. Am I a victim of that circumstance, or do I grow out of that and learn who I am in my spirituality? And I'll continue to say it every show, and you're going to hear me say it every show if you look at that, we become patchwork quilts of the things that we are taught in our environment. And do we stay in that, or do we become the bigger and better versions of ourselves, who we are meant to be? Because we're meant to be that version of ourselves that's going to be higher, right?
But I also want to share some compassion with certain people too, because they are being imposed. Like, there's something being imposed on those people. It's in their genes. It's in them. It's like they are good people. They are good souls with good hearts, but there's just something in them that makes them feel like they want to be violent, or anger or like something is just in them and it's not really their fault. You know what I mean? That's why I say it's a collective responsibility. So I do have compassion for those people, but I do want to compel them to take accountability, to realize like, okay, I am aligned with this energy and I can eventually choose different results. Right. But so I just want to, offer that compassion and empathy for those people as well.
Yeah. And these are the consequences, me staying in this. These are now the consequences because there's a cause and effect thing that happens. And I think sometimes when, like you say, I'm very consequential when it comes to things that we do, because it does have a consequence. I mean, the reality of it is that the things you do, whether good or bad, okay, straightforward or not, have a consequence. If I go to the store and I forget my wallet, guess what I got to do? I have to come back home, get my wallet, those type of things. So everything we do in life has a cause and effect. And that's something I think that people have to look at too when I make my decisions. A lot of people get up and they just make decisions, right? You're just not aware. You turn on the TV, you go get something to eat, without being aware of, okay, this decision is going to affect the next decision. Who I choose, what I do, how I think, how I produce.
Precisely. Now you're playing chess, not checkers.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So let's go back to self-determination because I wanted to go there before that. So let's talk about self-determination. And by the way, I really love that song that just played. And if you guys are wondering what it is, it's called Get Together, and it's on your album is called Soloism. Is that what's the album called?
There is no album. Okay. I'm working on a few projects right now. Soloism will have a soundtrack.
Okay.
I'm working on a mixtape called Street Kid right now.
Street Kid, okay.
I'm just shining a light on the, street right now. But it's on SoundCloud if y'all want to hear it.
Cool. Do you want to get more into movie soundtracks before we go on to the next?
No,
subject?
I'm not working on any movie soundtracks right now. Everything is kind of a movie soundtrack in my world.
Okay.
So we can go into self-determination if you want to.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go into self-determination. So let's talk about it. Self-determination, what is that chapter about? Just skim over it.
It's just the zooming out of what we just talked about, spiritual wealth, not just having enough intelligence and knowledge to make your own decisions, like informed decisions.
Okay.
But also having enough money, because you can be enlightened and awoken, like you're woke, but if you don't have enough money to like pay your bills, you're like willing, not willing, but you're susceptible to being compromised. You're susceptible to being compromised because you don't have your own financial freedom, right? And somebody can always tempt you with just a little bit more money. But if you have your own financial independence, what can that money do for you? That's soloism there, is when you don't need anybody's money, so you're not going to compromise yourself. You're going to say, no, this is what I want to do because this is what's aligned with my values. And if the money comes, it comes, but I already have money, so I don't need it to be that way. That's making choices based on your power, not out of like lack or scarcity, right? And then there's also realizing that you have the power to determine your destiny. Whatever you want in life, you possess the power to acquire it. Nobody else can give you that power, and nobody else can take it away from you. I don't care if it's the court system that told you, oh yeah, you're a felon now, so you can't do certain things. I don't care if it's somebody telling you, oh, because you're a woman, you can't do certain things, because you're a certain race, because you're a certain way you look. You want to be a model, but you're not tall enough. It doesn't matter. None of that is real. Self-determination says that if I make a decision about my life, I can figure out a way to accomplish it. And it's through ingenuity. It's through saying it's in my genes for me to find solutions and to overcome challenges, right, in an unconventional way. Not just saying, okay, well, you're right. I'm not going to be able to make it without you, so let me just submit to it. Anything you want me to do, I'll do it. Please give me my success now. Like, no, that's not freedom. That is slavery. That is, bondage. But if you can say, I don't need any of that. I'm doing it because I want to do it. It's in me to write movies. It's in me to send this message out to the world and to my people and to redefine the culture. Then those things are going to happen because they're in you. It's not because a human being gave you opportunity or you had to, do something underhanded to make it happen. Just know that you have the power to determine any destiny that you choose. You have the power to accomplish your dreams.
You know what? I want to get to this. I know we have like maybe 4 or 5 minutes to go. I definitely want to get into divine masculinity and femininity. What does that mean?
Divine femininity and masculinity exist in each and every one of us. It's not about defining people and putting them in a box and saying that you're a man, so that means you have to do this, and you're a woman, so you have to do this. It's realizing that we are spirits, right? So we all possess feminine energy and masculine energy. And it's about finding a balance. It's not about forcing people into roles that they do not want to be in.
I agree.
If people do want to fulfill those roles, then they have the choice to do that. That's their world.
Yeah.
But if somebody doesn't want to fit into the conventional roles that were placed, or imposed on them, then hey, like in my philosophy, you have the freedom to exist how you want to exist. Personally, I identify as a man. I seek women who want to, appreciate
a man,
masculine leadership.
Masculine
leadership. But if you are a man and you also want to follow masculine leadership, or you're a woman and you prefer feminine leadership, hey, maybe they possess, the balance that you need. But it's not for me to tell you what to do.
Exactly. And transcendence. Let's do that last. Transcendence. Chapter 6
is something that you have to experience for yourself. I can not give you the experience of enlightenment. You can only experience it for yourself. Like Morpheus said in The Matrix, I can lead you to the door, but you have to walk through it. So transcendence is me leading you to the door. It's me offering you the red pill or the blue pill. Do you want to stay in the matrix, the illusion that was presented to you when you were born, or do you want to experience a higher level of freedom, a higher level of consciousness? Do you want to evolve? That is what transcendence is about.
Okay. Before we go, I want you to give our audience a little word of people that are awakening and transcending. Give them some key words that'll help them in their journey right now.
Okay. The number one word is ingenuity. And that would be the only word I would say, because I asked God, what do you want me to focus on? And that's just for me. And he told me ingenuity, because that is what will empower me beyond anybody's control. They can tell me, no, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. But if I can apply my genius is another one, ingenuity, genetic code, it's in you. So if I can manifest those solutions, I can have it.
Okay. Thank you for that. You have been listening to Salim Yamani, and he's been here talking about his book, and the book is called Soloism. I'm going to show you guys again. You can find this book on Amazon, and you can find you where?
On Instagram, okay. Thank You Solo. Or you can follow me on Instagram at soloism.tv. I'm also on YouTube, and that would be Solomon Yamani.
Yes, thank you, Solomon. It was so wonderful to have you here today, and I thank you for coming. Thank you for showing up to me. Showing up for me. I really enjoyed this interview with you, and hopefully you can come back with me.
Thank you, Flo. Yeah, I wish we had more time to talk.
Absolutely, we will.
Go into
Definitely
these topics.
Will. Yes. Because is this mine? You got to give me a copy. I need a copy. I need a copy. I want to read.
I'm sold out right now.
No, that's okay. I'm sure you'll hook me up.
I will, for sure.
Yes, listen, you have been listening to Her Flow right here on the Flow on Hot 702.5 FM, Risky Radio. You guys tune in with me next week at 4 p.m. where I will be blazing hot every single week. Yeah, tune in. Hey, this is Her Flow from Hot 702.5 FM, where we bring you the best in hip hop, R&B, pop, and talk. Tune in.